one of the main cases. If I remember right, it was is it John? Is it John? Okay. And we were not here that day. Yeah, he had
Christina, good morning.
okay, so that's your that's what I was in. Yeah, yeah, I'll look at it's easier for me to your eyes. I know it's Steve.
Yes, sir. Where your other peers at? Council. Hey, good morning. What's up?
Shows like 90% everything. Oh, it looks really bad, but maybe that was no I think if you're stuck though, it's your luck, right? And I told my wife I should be back to the she said, I wrote my life on that.
It's hot.
What's that?
It's hot in here.
Sleep for the next couple.
Couple years. It's gonna be wild.
Because I have to figure out how we're going to be in two places at once.
Everybody needs to do some adjustments for your pay. Wow. It is.
Nice.
It's like you stay home. But her and I, we
Oh, nice.
I'm from, well, I lived in San Francisco 15 years. I'm gonna take this.
Okay. Do you miss it?
Oh, yeah. I'm slow. What, there was something to say. I'm just, you've been there?
Oh, yeah, I lived out there for 20
What part?
years. Not in San Francisco. I was in San Diego and Los Angeles.
Never been to San Diego.
And then I went up to our San Francisco office and I managed that for a while.
Where exactly is San Diego?
It was downtown.
Okay. Embarcadero?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Embarcadero, Market Street.
Yes.
Yeah. I miss it. I still have
I
it.
miss California so much.
You ever thought about moving back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I'm licensed.
She loves it. She doesn't want to come back. She said, David, I can live out here.
Oh, it's amazing. It's just extremely expensive.
Well, depends on where you live. It's like here. No matter where you live now.
Housing prices, even
A
to
one
get
bedroom.
a coffin is insane.
Right. Weeks ago, a one bedroom in downtown Dallas. Downtown.
That's pretty nice.
Probably like a studio apartment.
Right.
It's Atlanta. So Atlanta's catching up.
Especially housing. We still rent. I've been able to buy a house here.
Yeah. How long you guys been here?
Almost 5 years.
It's out there in the market. My first house was in East 20 East. So I had that house for 10 years. I sold it in 19. 10 minutes from Fayetteville, 10 minutes from Montgomery.
Nice.
So, but the house in Hampton, there was 2 buildings ahead of me. But these fell through. So, but it's worth it. Almost 7% now. You gotta have a lot of cash down. You gotta have a lot of cash and get other people because it's so competitive. Housing is so competitive now. Come on, Judge. Please silence all cell phones. Please silence all cell phones. Make sure they're off or on silent. Thank you. All rise, all rise. The Superior Court of Fulton County, Atlanta Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Chief Judge Uriel Glanville presiding. Court will now come to order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, councils, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Go ahead and take roll at this point in time. All right, Mr. Beebe and Mr. Partridge, good morning. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Botts, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Mr. Farley and Mr. Menendez, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Mender and Ms. Fagan, good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews, good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Myrick and Ms. Bernard, good morning. Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garner, good morning. Or Miss Westmoreland, good morning. All right, Mr. Adams and Ms. Callan, good morning. Mr. Blaylock and Mr. Hill, good morning. All right. Mr. Dorsey, Miss Hyman, good morning. All right. Mr. Ebinger, Mr. Johnson, good morning. All right. Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Love and Mr. Smith, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Randolph, and good morning, Ms. Bunkelch. All right. Madam, any administrative announcements from the clerk's office, or from jury clerk, I should say?
Your Honor, Juror 1131 is claiming a language barrier.
Okay.
And I'm going to butcher this, but it is Gujarati, which is an Indian dialect. I spoke with her today. She's fluent conversational.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go ahead and do that, please. Okay, all right. Okay, councils, in terms of administrative announcements, before we go ahead and get started, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, I am in receipt of your correspondence relative to your days on Thursday, April the 20th at 10 a.m. and Thursday, May 18th at 10 a.m. And as long as your client, Mr. Williams, is okay with that, Mr. Steele, I'll excuse you for those dates, assuming Mr. Adams is going to be here, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Williams, you don't have any objection? Okay, all right. I'll include that as the next court exhibit in order. All right. Any other ministerial inquiry with me before we go and get started? Okay, there are 23 hardships to be examined for today, folks, and just for your information, and so we'll go ahead and get started with them right now. 1095, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1095, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Could you do me a favor and speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you?
Yes, sorry. Good morning.
Okay, all right. Madam, you've identified for hardship, and I believe that you have an affidavit and that you are a full-time student, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can I see it, please? Can you hand that to Deputy Ingram for me? Thank you, sir. Where are you attending school, madam?
Georgia State.
How many hours are you taking at this point in time?
I'm taking 15 credit hours.
Okay. Counsels, she has a properly executed affidavit for excuse or deferral jury duty student. Any further examination required, counsels?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
May I excuse her for statutory reasons for student?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Study well.
Thank you.
All right. I'll include her affidavit as next court exhibit in order. 1109, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Juror 1109, good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, it's been a...
Hi there.
Serious,
By the way-
serious ear hustling again. I apologize, folks. All right, Juror 1109, you indicated hardship, and I believe you have an affidavit because you're a caregiver. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can I see it, please? You'll hand that to Deputy Ingram for me.
Behind the cover letter. It's the second page.
I just need the affidavit, sir. That's all.
Okay.
I don't need any, I'll tell you if I need anything else. Thank you, sir. Juror 1109, I'm going to give you back this Medicare summary notice. Is this for your mom?
Yes, sir. That was
Okay.
to show that she was at the same address as.
I'm gonna give you that back. I don't really need that. For our purposes, I will go ahead and keep the letter from North Fulton Rheumatology, I should say. Okay, so you're taking care of your mom. How old is mom?
91.
Okay, and there's no other person other than you to take care of your mother, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Council's, Juror 1109 has presented a letter from his mother's doctor indicating that she receives daily assistance from her son to prepare meals and distribute her medications, and he cannot be away from her for an extended period of time. Is there any further examination that I need to conduct, counsels?
Not on behalf of the state.
Okay, all right. Can I excuse him for caregiver statutory, please?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll include that letter as the next court exhibit in order. 1033, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1033, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Sir, do me a favor and speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Sure.
We have a couple of bases for hardship either you identified or we identified you, and those are work-related and travel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where are you traveling to and what dates?
I'm traveling to London with my family to celebrate my daughter's graduation, and it's May 17th through May 27th.
Okay. Any other dates of travel, sir?
No, sir.
All right. If I told you that we could accommodate those dates of travel, meaning we would not call you in if you're subject to further examination, would that resolve your travel-related hardship?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the work-related one. We have a little bit of information about you that's self-provided. That means you gave it to us. So if this is correct, are you the Director of Corporate Accounting for Brand Safeway, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
How long have you held that, how long have you been with that employer?
I've been with them for 8 months.
8 months? And need to ask you some questions ordinarily be none of my business. How much are they paying you per year?
$180,000 per year.
Okay. Do you know what Brand Safeway's juror policy is?
I can get a copy of it. I don't have it with me today, but I have a letter from HR about my.
You read it. What is their policy?
Well, I don't have the policy with me, but I think it says they pay for up to 10 days, but it's also up to the discretion of management.
After 10 days or to pay the 10 days?
It says they pay 10 days, but it's up to your manager and HR if they want to pay past that.
Oh, okay. All right. So did you happen to ask them whether or not they were willing to pay more than 10 days?
I have not, sir.
Sir, would it be possible if I excused you for a couple, for a little bit to call HR and find out whether or not that is, just to satisfy yourself and us about that policy? Then I can ask you some more questions related to that.
Sure.
Okay, all right, I'm going to excuse you. If you'll just step outside, you can make a phone call to HR and you can ask them, just tell them that the judge and the parties want to know if you were selected for this particular jury and it lasted, 6 months or greater, would the company be willing to pay you? And we'll be bound by whatever answer they tell us, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll call you back in just a minute. Let Mr. Randolph, who's at the back of the courtroom, know whenever you're ready to come back, okay? All right, 10:37, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1037, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
You have to use your outside voice.
Yes.
All right, much better. Okay, all right. Madam, we either identified you or you identified yourself as having a hardship, and I think I was given two bases, medical and work-related. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's the medical one, madam?
I have severe anxiety as a result of trauma.
Do you have any type of documentation or something you brought from your doctor?
Yes, Honor.
Can I see it, please? If you hand that to
doctor?
Deputy Ingram for me, please? Thank you, sir. Okay, councils, I have two letters from doctors related to juror 1037. As she mentioned, she does, one of the letters has, as she pointed, our jurors point out, she has insomnia. I would invite you all to come and take a look at that, both these letters. Relative to us is that one of the doctors is opined that she has difficulty concentrating and that there's a recommendation she be excused from jury duty. I'll let you all come up and take a look at those, but then tell me if there's any further examination that needs to occur. Okay.
Honor, also, I have
Oh, I did. Hold on, just 1 second. All right. Any further, no further examination for juror 1037, counsels? May I excuse juror 1037 for hardship medical? Yeah. Okay, all right. Madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. $10.50, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 1050, good morning, madam. Or good morning, sir, I should say.
Good morning.
All right. Sir, you identified for hardship, or we had identified you, and you have several bases. One is work-related. I'm sure that's probably related to financial, which you also gave, and then there's travel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where are we traveling to and what dates?
I'm a flight attendant, so I have
You have a lot of travel. Okay. How often do you travel for work?
twice a week.
What dates? Or do you have a regular set schedule?
My schedule comes out about 2 weeks before the month starts. I have previous flights scheduled from this year, January, February, March, as an example.
So you work 2 times a week, and how long are you gone for?
Usually trips are 3 days or 4 days.
Okay. How long you been with Delta?
12 years.
Hourly or salary?
Hourly.
How much you make an hour?
$76.
And what is Delta Airlines juror policy?
They don't have a specific policy for long cases, but they will pay me 6 hours per lost day from work.
Pay you 6 hours what?
For every day that I am at court, like today, an example.
And are you losing money being here in the sense that, does that cover what you ordinarily would make?
No, they only pay me per day, 6 hours, and that's it. I lose money for all other my pay compensations, such as speaking a different language of the destination that I fly to, international pay, per diem, and my trips are more worth than only a 6 hour
I got you.
hourly pay.
Okay,
And I have proof of that.
all right. Ms. Love, anything, madam? No, Your Honor. Any counsel have any examination of juror 1050? No question. All right, may I excuse juror 1050 for hardship counsels? No. All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. $10.58, Mr. Randolph.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Juror 1108 has expressed an upcoming obligation he has. Is it all right if he,
After 10:58?
yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
10:58, Mr. Randolph? Yes. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, juror 1058, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Madam, do me a favor and speak directly in the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Good morning.
Wonderful. All right, madam, you self-identified, or we identified you as having a hardship, and that was based on travel for work, is that correct?
That is correct?
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, what dates are we traveling?
May 14th through May 18th. I also have some personal travel that was booked in December this year.
December of 2023?
December 2022 we're traveling in June.
What dates in June, madam?
We're traveling the 14th through the 18th.
So May and June, business and personal travel, is that it?
That's it. My spouse travels for work. We have kids, so we have conflicts there too.
Well, how old are your children?
16, 2, and 8 months.
16, 2, and 8 months.
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about what's the pickup and drop-off schedule for the, in particular, for the entirety of the 16-year-old, 2-year-old, and 8-month-old. Does your 16-year-old drive?
He does not.
Okay, so tell me how you accomplish pickups and drop-offs.
I share it with his father, so depending who he's with for the evening, we drop him off to school, and then we pick him up.
Tell me the times.
He has school 8:20.
Is this a 16-year-old?
Yes.
Okay, he has school from 8:20 to what time?
To 3:30.
To 3:30. All right, well, let's talk about the 2-year-old and the 8-month-old. Are they in daycare?
So the 2-year-old's in daycare. He's typically there from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. is when daycare closes.
All right. What about the 8-month-old?
He's with my in-laws.
And what time do you drop? Boy, girl, 8-month-old?
A boy.
Okay, and what time do you drop him off?
And he's usually 8:45, 9 a.m. to 6.
Okay, and so how do you all accomplish the pickup, the drop-off in the morning? Do you divide and conquer, or is that primarily your responsibility? Tell me a little bit about that.
We divide and conquer when we can, except for when my spouse is out of town, then it's my primary responsibility.
Okay, how often does your spouse travel?
He travels at least twice a month for a couple of days at a time.
What do you do on those particular days?
Go to work late. You know, I try to flex my schedule when I can.
Your employer, the city of Sandy Springs, is flexible with you?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So your primary concern is, it looks like are you the primary caregiver of these two children, in particular the 2-year-old and 8-year-old?
Absolutely.
And you're not able to make any other arrangements for the care of those childhood children?
No.
All right. Ms. Love, anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of any other counsel? May I excuse juror 1058 for statutory hardship, children under 6?
No objection.
Okay, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. 1108, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, juror 1108, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, you identified for hardship, or we either identified you, and the two bases I have are caregiver and work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who are you taking care of, sir?
Well, I've got 5 children, 2 of whom are still at home. My wife of almost 29 years died last year.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Unexpectedly. So I've got 1 in college, 2 at home, and the 2 that are out, I'm still, actively involved in their lives.
So you got 3 that basically have launched, and you got 2 you're taking care of at home?
Well, 1's in college, but 2 are launched, yes, and 2 at home, 1 in college.
The 2 that are at home, how old are they?
18 and 15.
Okay, all right. So those 2 are still going to high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Is the 18-year-old driving as of yet?
Yes, sir.
Does he or she, do the 18 and 15-year-old go to the same high school?
They do.
Does the 18-year-old facilitate the pickup and drop off?
He does not. His schedule is different. I've been handling that, actually.
So you handle that?
Yes, sir. We moved, after my wife passed away, we moved, and I have to drive my 15-year-old to and from school every day, and we'll have to do that until he has his license and can demonstrate that he can handle that on his own.
So what time is pickup and drop off for you?
Pickup is 3:30. Drop off is between 7:30 and 8 in the morning. And that's in North Fulton County, up in.
So where do you live relative to? I mean, how long does it take you to drive to drop off the child that's still going to? The child that's you got to take care. You got to make sure he gets to school.
15 to 20 minutes from my house.
Okay. And we have a little bit of information about you. It's self-provided, so we know you're a trial lawyer and you work for Weinberg, Wheeler, and Hudgens. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did they provide you great flexibility in terms of handling your schedule for the benefit of the 2 that you do have at home?
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. What is your specific caregiver concern?
I need to be able to, I mean, my children had their mother taken from them. It's ripped our lives apart, and I don't want them to lose their father for the next 6 to 9 months or however long this is going to take. I need to be there for my 15-year-old. I'm scheduled to go to college visits with my 18-year-old multiple times over the next week. I'm going to have to move him in to college in August. I need to be there for him. My daughter that's in college is going to medical school. I'm helping her with that. One of the daughters that is launched is in flight school with the Navy. I'm helping her move in June from Corpus Christi back to Pensacola. My older daughter has a grandchild. They are moving from Michigan to North Carolina. I mean, it's all of the...
Okay, and sir, there's a reason for us asking this, and that's, we apologize for having to answer these questions for us. Okay?
Yeah, no, I understand. I appreciate it.
All right.
Emotional, I'm sorry.
Ms. Love, anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Any counsel have any other questions for Juror 1108? May we excuse Juror 1108 for hardship?
No objection.
All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship. Wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, very much.
All right. $1091, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1091, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Madam, you either identified or we identified you as having a hardship, and that was predicated on work-related. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, madam, we have a little bit of information about you that is self-provided. That means you gave it to us. So if this is correct, I know that you work in the security field for safe management. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you been working for them?
4 to 5 years.
4 to 5 years.
Correct.
And are you hourly or salaried?
Hourly.
How much do you make an hour?
$15.50.
And do you know what safe management's juror policy is?
No.
They have an HR department, correct?
I didn't hear you.
They have an HR, safe management has an HR department, correct?
Correct.
All right. If I were to release you to go outside for maybe about 5 minutes, you think you could call your HR department and find out what your juror policy is?
I also am an independent contractor for Instacart, and I pulled up the Instacart policy.
Okay, so how many hours a week do you work for Instacart?
I want to say at least from 8 to 12 hours when I'm not at the stadium.
8 to 12 hours a day or week?
A day.
So how many hours of work do you work every day for safe management?
It's only when we get a game.
I'm sorry?
Only when we have games at the
What
stadium.
game? Do you work at a particularized location? You said you work at a park.
Mercedes-Benz.
Okay. So that's primarily in the evening, is that correct, or weekends?
On Sundays, it can be in the mornings. Mostly on the weekends. Sometimes they have weekday events, private events.
Okay. How often do you work during the week? Like Monday to Friday?
I'm always doing the delivery service from 8 to 12 hours, so I usually do it in the mornings.
Do you have regular hours that you work for safe management in the mornings, and if so, how often?
No, it varies.
Okay, it varies. Okay. Tell me about Instacart. So you work for them, you drive?
Correct.
8 to 12 hours a day?
Correct.
What do they pay you per hour, or is it per job?
It's per job, per delivery.
Okay, so how much do you usually make in a day's time?
Usually from a day I can make 150 to 200.
And you work 5 days a week?
Correct. Maybe 5 to 7.
So you sometimes work a minimum of 5, sometimes 7 days.
Correct.
Okay, and you were telling me a little earlier, what is Instacart's juror policy?
I have it right here on my phone. You want me to read it?
Can you let me look at it?
Yeah.
If you'll hand your phone to Lieutenant Gibson, I'll look at it. I'll tell everybody what it is. Thank you, sir. Madam, I don't think this is the right one. This pertains to arbitration and trial by jury waiver.
Yeah, that's trying to find out the correct.
I'll give you that back, okay? I'm gonna give you back your phone. Did you read it? Did you tell me, can you tell me what it is, what Instacart's policy is?
I thought I had the correct one, like I said, just trying to get some correct, help, but couldn't find nobody to give me no correct resource. But I thought it was, but I can go step out and try to find it.
Oh, yeah, madam, you can either, if you could let us know what the juror policy is for, primarily for Instacart, that would be great, okay? Mm-hmm. And then you can come back in.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. So
all right, thank you. Yeah, I'll excuse you at this point. And then let Mr. Randolph, who's in the back in the kind of brownish suit, he'll let you, you can tell him, okay? All right, 1092, please, Mr. Randolph. Thank you, sir. Juror 1092, good morning.
Morning.
Sir, you either identified or we either identified you as having a hardship, and I think we have 3 bases for you. One of them is child care, the other one is medical, and the last one is travel. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's cover them. Start out with travel. What dates are you traveling, sir?
1 second. Well, I'll list both, even though one is kind of happening soon.
I'm sorry.
The personal one that I have is from July 2nd to July 16th.
Okay.
I have to print it out.
What other dates do you have?
April 17th through 21st. Both of this year.
All right, any other dates other than in April and July?
No.
Okay, if I told you that we could probably accommodate you for those particular dates of travel, would that resolve your travel-related hardship?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the medical. What type of medical issue do you have? Or who does it pertain to?
I've been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder.
Do you have some documentation that you brought to show me?
Yes.
Can I see it, please?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, this is I'm taking a look at from Juror 1092's physician that substantiates that he does have what he indicated in generalized anxiety disorder. Sir, I'll talk, I'm going to give you back your phone to begin with. And I'll talk with you a little bit more about that in just a minute, but let's talk a little bit about your child care to begin with.
Okay.
How old are your children?
5 months.
5 months. You have twins?
I have one child.
One child. And your child is 5 months old?
Correct.
Do you have any other children?
No.
Okay. Boy or girl?
Boy.
And tell me about the care schedule for your 5-month-old at this point in time. Are you on FMLA or anything like that at this point in time, or is your beloved?
I'm not sure what FMLA is.
Family Medical Leave Act.
No. We both work and both kind of share responsibility for raising the child. So
Okay.
she goes to work some days and I go to work other days.
Do you work from home, sir?
Yes.
We have a little bit of information about you. So are you a software developer? You work for Fastly?
Correct.
Okay, so tell me the schedule you and your beloved have kind of worked up to take care of your baby boy.
She works at Emory Decatur as an occupational therapist, and so she has to go and leave the house for the entire day. So when she is gone, I am responsible for taking care of him. I have a schedule that is from home, so I take my meetings from home. When she does not work, she works about 2 or 3 days a week. She is the provider for him.
So would you say you're the primary caregiver for your son during the week?
I would say that we share that responsibility.
Well, your wife goes to work and you stay at home.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you sharing the responsibility, but during the day, that responsibility falls solely on you. Is that correct?
Correct. I also have help from her parents.
I was going to ask you about that.
My parents-in-law.
Your parents?
Her parents.
Her parents?
Yes.
What do they do for you, or do for you and their grandchild?
Yeah, they also help babysit him, essentially.
Okay. Any other lineal relatives in the Atlanta area that help out as well?
No.
All right. But basically, the child care during the week, that responsibility falls upon you during the daytime hour,
Yes.
Daytime hours, correct?
Correct.
And then her parents, your in-laws, help out when they can?
Correct, when they're available.
But the daytime responsibility falls on you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. Love? Anything on behalf of any individual defendant?
No, Your Honor.
May I excuse juror 1092 for hardship statutory child? Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Sir.
1033 has information.
All right, we can bring 1033 back, please. All right, juror 1033, welcome back. You've gotten a little more information from HR in regards to past 10 days?
I have.
Okay.
And I have the policy on my phone. I don't know if you want to see my phone or if you want me to just read
I can.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
And that Lieutenant Gibson, if you wouldn't mind.
So it's right in here.
No problem.
Jury and witness duty.
Gotcha.
I mean, basically, after 10 days, if you're out a week, they generally do not pay you.
You go leave without pay?
Yes, if it's partial weeks, they pay you, but not if it's full weeks.
I got you. But they pay for 10 days, and after 10 days, it's leave without pay. It looks like I'm looking at the juror policy council's on his phone, and it indicates that
I also have this letter from my HR.
maximum 10 days, employees may apply any additional accrued or available vacation time. Otherwise, the additional time will be unpaid.
My responsibilities and
Let me just make sure I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, you'll be unpaid. That's what it looks like. Counsel is that his policy on his phone indicates from his employer, Brand Safeway, Inc. I'm gonna hand your phone back, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so gotta ask you some more questions. Ordinarily, none of my business. Do you and your beloved own a home, have a mortgage?
We have a home and we have a mortgage.
Okay. Car note, car insurance?
Yes.
As to both, yes?
2 cars and insurance, yes.
All right. Any other extraordinary expenses other than those taking care of a mortgage and a home?
I have American Express credit card balance of about $25,000.
And how much are you paying them back at a monthly rate of?
Oh, it's probably about 17% now.
No, not the rate of, they're charging you, but what are you paying them back in terms of per a month, on a monthly basis? How much do you have to, like, is there a minimum amount you pay them every month? Like $1,000, $1,500, $500?
I generally pay around $3,000 a month.
Okay, all right. Any other extraordinary expenses I need to know about or to consider?
No, sir.
Okay. You and your beloved, how much do you have in checking or savings?
About 5,000 in checking.
Savings?
Well, my savings is tied up in my 401k.
Okay, all right, okay. But liquid about 5K, would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So if you were with us about 6 months, would it be fair to say that you'd lose about $90,000 in income?
Yes.
Have to expend that $5,000 that you have in your checking account?
Yes, sir.
To pay for your mortgage and other car and insurance and this Amex and other related expenses. Is that correct or fair?
Yes, sir. And I do have 2 daughters in college also that I'm paying for.
And how much is that monthly amount for the dollars in college? Are you on a payment plan or do you pay?
Yeah, I mean, I have loans, so it's, you know, like with my older daughter, she's a senior, so probably a few thousand for her.
Okay, so you got about $2K a month for her in loans? Is that what you said?
Her loans are about $20,000.
Okay, and how much do you pay per month?
We're not having to pay those yet, but she graduates.
Are they deferred at this point in time?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Would your expenses put you in financial peril or concern if you were not able to be at work for the next 6 months?
Yes, definitely.
Would that affect your ability to come into this courtroom and pay attention to the testimony presented in the 4 walls of this courtroom and give it your undivided attention?
Yes.
And would that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial both to the state of Georgia as well as to each individual defendant in this case?
Yes, I think I'd be worried about my financial situation.
Anything further, Ms. Lowe?
Nothing to say, sir.
Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant?
No question.
May I excuse your 1033 for hardship? All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay? Thank you. $1094, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Put in a group chat.
Juror 1094, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Madam, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Madam, you either identified yourself or we identified you as having a hardship, and that is based on a couple of things. One is work-related and 2 is financial, so they're kind of related. Is that correct, madam?
That's correct.
Okay. Madam, we have a little bit of information about you, and which is self-provided. You gave it to us. So if I'm correct, you are in event sales and you work for Slater Hospitality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with Slater?
About 5 years.
And are you hourly or salaried?
Salaried.
And how much did they pay you last year?
Base salary was $65.
Do you have a commission structure as well?
Correct.
How much in commission did you make last year as well?
As a total?
Yes, ma'am. You can guesstimate if you can't.
I'd guesstimate between 25 and 30.
All right, so total package of probably about 90 to 95,000?
That sounds about correct.
Okay, all right. Do you know what Slater's juror policy is?
I was initially told that after a week, I would no longer be paid.
Yeah, 1 week and then you go leave without pay.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Madam, I got to ask you some other questions that ordinarily would be none of my business. Madam, do you own a home, have a mortgage, or pay rent?
I pay rent,
And can you tell me what your rent and utilities are per month?
about $1,600.
Rent and then utilities?
I'd estimate between $910 or $900 for everything else.
Utilities, that, water,
Correct.
gas, electric,
Yes.
an additional $900 on top of the $1,600 or
So if just power, water, then maybe 600.
so are you all in for maybe about 2,200?
I'd say that's close to accurate.
Okay, all right. Any other car, you have a car note, car insurance?
I do.
Both, as to both, yes?
Yes.
You have any other extraordinary expenses that I would need to know about?
Student loans.
How much you paying on those per month?
About $400.
Okay, any other bills, any other extraordinary bills you pay every month?
Just like cell phone.
Other than the ones that are necessary to rent a place in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, I mean, just like cell phone.
Okay.
That sort of thing.
All right, can I ask you how much you have in checking or savings?
About 5,000.
Okay. Madam, would it be fair to say that if you were selected for this particular jury and you were here about 6 months, would you lose about $45,000 in income if you were selected for this jury?
I would say that's accurate.
All right, would you have to spend this $5,000 that you probably have in savings or whatever you have in your checking to pay your ordinary rent, car note, and customary expenses?
That's correct.
And student loan?
Correct.
Would that put you in financial peril or concern?
Yes.
Would that financial peril or concern affect your ability to come into the four walls of this courtroom and provide this parties your undivided attention?
I'd say yes.
And would that also affect your ability to be fair and impartial both to the state of Georgia as well as to each individual defendant in this case?
Probably not, but
Okay, all right. Let's back up just a second. But you are concerned about your finances and your circumstances so much so that you wouldn't be able to pay or give this case your total undivided attention.
correct.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. Lowe? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 1094 for hardship counsels? All right, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. 1097, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor,
Sir,
may I step out just for a moment?
you may, sir. Juror 1097, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Madam, do me a favor, have a seat and pull that chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Madam, you indicated, or we identified you as having a hardship because you're a caregiver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me who we're taking care of?
My 80-year-old mom.
Okay, and what's going on with mom?
She's visually impaired, and she's had 2 surgeries over the course of past 14 months.
Okay. Did you bring me any document or an affidavit in this morning?
I am the power of attorney, and I have a copy of that.
Can I see that, please?
Sure.
This is power of attorney for health care. Is that correct for your mom?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm not going to, because it looks like this is your original, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hand that back to you, okay?
Thank you.
So does your mom live with you?
She does not.
Okay, so tell me about how do you take care of her every day? What's your daily routine?
I take care of her medical appointments. I take care of her medications, grocery, banking. She does have someone who is living with her who does not speak English and does not drive, so I take care of all her needs.
And you're not working at this point in time, so is that correct?
I'm in between jobs. I was just laid
I'm sorry, in between jobs?
Yes.
Does your husband help out with your mother-in-law, with his mother-in-law?
No.
So this responsibility falls solely on you?
Yes,
Do you have any other siblings or any other linear relatives in the Atlanta area?
I do not.
All right. Ms. Love, anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of any defendant? All right. May I excuse juror 1097 for hardship, counsels? All right. Madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Your Honor,
Sir.
this 1091 has information for you.
All right. 1091 can be recalled, please. All right, juror 1091, welcome back. Madam, what were you able to find out about the juror policies for Instacart and for safe management?
It wasn't successful. I couldn't find anything.
All right, but madam, is it fair to say for Instacart, if you're not driving, you're probably not going to get paid?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Madam, how much do you make per month driving for Instacart? Or you said, how long have you been working for Instacart?
Since 2020.
Okay, so what'd you make last year driving for Instacart?
About $8,000.
$8,000?
Correct.
So, madam, if you're not working, you're not driving, you're not making any income. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, madam. I got to ask you some other questions that are usually none of my business. Madam, do you pay rent or have a mortgage?
Yes.
How much is your rent and utilities?
My mortgage is $1,200.
You have your mortgage is $1,200.
Correct.
And how much are utilities?
It varies.
A couple $100, $200-300 a month.
Correct.
Do you have any extraordinary expenses like car note or car insurance or any other bills?
Car insurance.
Any other extraordinary bills that
Cell phone, internet.
Okay, other than
Kids daycare.
I'm sorry?
I have kids after school program.
Okay, all right. And what does that run you, set you back, the daycare?
The after school program is $65 a day.
$65 a day?
Correct. In the evening.
many days are we going to, do you have one child, two child,
I have three.
3 kids? So it's 3 kids, $65 a day.
No, one child, $65 a day.
And how much are the other 2?
They're older.
They're older?
Correct.
How old is the one who requires the daycare?
6.
6?
Correct. After school.
All right. So are you the primary caregiver of the 6-year-old?
Yeah, all 3.
Okay, all right. And do you have any basis to, or any other means to take care of that 6-year-old child?
What do you mean?
Meaning that you have a father of the child or any other relatives?
No, it's me.
Just stop interjecting. Just let me finish the question, and then you can answer, okay? All right. For the 6-year-old, is there anybody else that helps you out, or is it just all the responsibility fall on you?
Fall on me.
All right. Do you have any other family or other lineal relatives in the Atlanta area that help out with that 6-year-old?
I have my father, but right now he can't walk.
Okay. Anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of any individual defendant?
No, sir.
May I excuse juror 1091 for hardship?
No objection.
All right, madam, or not hardship, and in particular, child care 6 years of age or younger. Okay, madam, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Is lunch here? Is lunch here?
Oh, they should be here by now.
I'm going to just go ahead and excuse everybody for lunch, and we'll just come back at 1:30. And then I can run that errand. All right, councils, it might be time at this point in time where I would just suggest that we take a comfort break and lunch at this point in time, and come back ready to start for 1:30. It's about 10 after 12 at this point in time, so that should give everybody sufficient time to stretch, take comfort, and have lunch. And I'll see everybody back at 1:30, and we'll commence, okay? All right, we're in recess. Amy. Do you want me to start say 5 minutes? Okay. Okay. All right.
Come next, boy. Got one. Jeffery, come on. Jeffery. Hey, got Williams son. We'll take him up. Have him sit right there when you take him up. Come on, Mark. All right, everybody, 1:30. Thank you, Al. It's on the way. You should be in the It's on the way. Yeah, it's all right. Right, see if she got somebody ready to go, sorry. Because I can't let you go, she's not ready. I like it with them.
Just us three, right?
Yeah, I like it with Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Void, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, void, what's void at? Hello? Hey, I'm trying to get some group people together so we can start moving these guys back in. So it's 123.
Hey, good luck. It's been us three the whole time.
These people not tired of punching it all, y'all. Nah, it's
Red Sarge, been us three the whole time.
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy, y'all. Hey, Cap, do you mind, can you or Lieutenant Lee come help us just stand in the courtroom while we start A2 moving in the courtroom? I don't know where fast and traffic at. I have no idea. He knows court call at 1:30. Lieutenant Lee's calling me, too. Okay. Hey, Lou, you mind coming down and just standing in the courtroom while we start A2 moving? I don't know where fast and traffic is. Supposed to start at 1:30. Trying to run up these guys. Okay, thanks.
Why the attorney's coming?
No, we move the inmates first.
I'm saying that. I said the attorney's gonna be coming in.
No, we move the inmates first. Then after all,
that door locked already?
yes, after all the inmates come in, then we allow the attorneys to come in. Right, Sergeant Boyd? No, there's no movement.
All right, so.
We're waiting on Captain Mary and Lieutenant Lee gonna come.
Okay.
That'll help us in that way.
Go on the second floor and get them. How many up there? Two?
It's three. We'll get them out first, then we go to the second floor and get the other three.
They got them situated most of the clothes now. They got a pile that's unaccounted for.
Okay, you did?
BB.
Okay, we'll talk. That's good. I saw you. That's good. I'll be ready about 15 minutes. Okay. I'll call you back. All right, y'all, let's start moving forward. Start running out. Luke, okay.
All right.
Yes, please.
Yes. You can let me in. Yeah. It's on. Let me call with me. Okay.
Great character.
Stations up there, the BP station, we're like one down the school down there.
Dr. Randolph, I mean, we have left, Doctor. Well, yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you repeat your question? Repeat 14 here.
All right, court come to order, remain seated.
All right, Mr. Randolph, let's call in juror 1098, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1098, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Sir, you identified yourself as having a hardship, but we either identified you, and the basis for hardship, I have a financial and child care. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. How old are your children?
My youngest one, well, she'll actually be 1 on Saturday.
Congratulations.
I have a 7-year-old daughter, 14-year-old boy, and a 13-year-old boy.
So the 1-year-old, let's talk about the 1-year-old. Do you have pickup and drop-off responsibilities for your 1-year-old girl?
No.
Okay, who kind of, does her mom, or your wife, I should say, take care of her pretty much during the day?
Yes.
All right. What about for the older children? I think you said you have another child that's 7,
Yes,
13,
7.
and 14?
Yes.
All right. So who's responsible for getting them where they need to be?
When I'm off work, I take them to school and pick them up.
What time is drop off and what time is pick up?
For the 7-year-old, she has to be at school at 7:45. The 14-year-old has to be at school at 8:45, and the 13-year-old also has to be there at 7:45.
Okay. And what time are we picking them up in the evening?
My 7-year-old, she gets out at 2:15. The 14-year-old at 3:15, and the 13-year-old, he actually plays football, so when he doesn't have football practice, he gets out at 4.
And your work schedule, do you work regularly? We have a little bit of information about you, so we know that you are a baggage handler for Delta Airlines.
Yes.
How flexible is your schedule, or do you have certain days that that you're off every week, or?
Yes. I'm off, Tuesdays and, no, Mondays and Tuesdays.
And so you work Wednesday through Sunday?
Yes.
And what hours do you work, sir?
From 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
How long have you been with Delta Airlines?
14 years.
Salary or hourly?
Hourly.
Okay, what do we make per hour?
$35 now.
All right, and do you happen to know what Delta Airlines juror policy is?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
We do say for today. We get paid our full shift when we're at work, the full shift that we're scheduled to work.
So are you telling us that if you were in fact selected, as long as we provided Delta Airlines the fact that you've been selected for jury service, they would pay you your regular customary salary?
Yes, for that day, yes.
For that day?
Yes.
Does it make a difference how long you're here? If you were here for, for 6 months or longer?
No, as far as I know, whenever you have jury duty, you get paid for it, no matter, yeah.
All right. Then what's your financial hardship if you believe you're going to get paid if you're here for jury duty?
Well, actually, at the moment, I'm facing, homelessness. I just got off of leave, and, my pay was kind of messed up from that, so I'm trying to, I've actually supposed to have been out of my house on the 1st. But
you're supposed to have been, I'm sorry?
I was supposed to have been out of the house that I'm renting on the 1st. But I got the landlord to give me an extension, but right now I'm trying to work more than the amount of time that I'm supposed to work. I need overtime to work up to my security deposit because I'm looking to rent again at a different location.
Okay.
So I'm the sole provider for my wife and my kids. My wife doesn't work.
Is the working overtime something that you're doing during this particular period just to kind of?
Yes, to get back on my feet.
Okay.
As I stated, my leave really threw me off financially because of some slip-ups through the company. And like right now, I'm like really going through a financial hardship at the worst time possible. So like today, I'm getting paid for today, but I need to be working overtime, which I don't get paid for jury duty.
So how much did you make last year, if I could ask you?
$60,000.
All right, and I take it that, do you have any money in checking or savings?
I do not.
Do you have any other extraordinary bills like a car note or car insurance or any other bills that we should know about?
Yes, all past due.
All, okay. If I told you that in terms of your work or this working extra or whatever else, you said you're just going to do it for the period of time in order for you to catch up?
Yes.
How long is that period, think? You think 2-3 months? What do you think?
Honestly, I can't answer right now because I don't know where I'll be living. All I know is I'll more than likely be paying more rent than I'm paying right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
How much rent are you paying right now?
Right now it's $1,700.
Is that with or without utilities?
That's without.
Okay. Utilities run you about another couple $300 a month or thereabouts?
At this moment, my gas bill is at $500.
Oh.
I have a car note, car insurance.
How much is your car note and car insurance?
My car note is $500, and my insurance, it's actually payroll deductible, but it's only $124.
I'm sorry?
$124.
Okay, all right. So for you, if you weren't able to work this particular overtime, would that put you in financial peril?
Yes.
Or hardship?
Yes.
Would that peril or hardship prevent you from coming into this courtroom and paying attention to the testimony presented and giving it your undivided attention?
Yes, I say yes.
Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state as well as to each individual defendant?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Love, anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse your 1098 for hardship?
No, yes.
All right. Sorry to excuse you for hardship and wish you the best, okay?
All right. Thank you.
1101, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 1101, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam, do me a favor. Can you talk directly in the microphone so we can all hear you?
Sure.
Thank you. Madam, you identified for hardship, but we other identified you. And the basis, I believe we have are financial and child care. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the financial to begin with. We have a little bit of information about you, and that has been self-provided. That means you gave it to us. So, are you a delivery driver for Amazon?
I am.
And how long have you been with Amazon?
A year.
And are you hourly or salaried?
Hourly.
What do you make per hour?
$17. Nothing.
Okay, and do you know what Amazon's juror policy is?
I don't know, but I need to be at work. I missed work today, and I missed it the first time we had to come, and I had to miss it today. So I'm kind of like,
okay.
I'm low on finances, and I'm trying to move next week. So
all right, okay. Well, let me ask you, where are you moving to?
South Fulton area.
You're still going to be in Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you work 40 hours a week?
Yes, I do. And overtime.
How many hours of overtime do you think you get?
Like 15 or more.
Okay, all right. So would it be fair to say, madam, that you gross about anywhere from $680 to about $935 a week?
Yep, sometimes it be 6, sometimes it be 9, depending on if I do overtime.
Okay, all right. And so...
That ain't enough, because my rent is $17 to $2,000 a month. So
okay.
I pay that by myself. Car note, car insurance, phone
How much is your
bill.
car note?
And I don't have daycare for my baby.
How old is your baby?
My baby, I got a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old.
All right, the 6-year-old is a boy or girl?
2 girls.
2 girls, okay. All right, and tell me about the 6-year-old, how you pick up and drop off her and the 10-year-old as well.
They both go to elementary school, so I drop them off before I go to work.
Okay, and what time is drop off in the morning?
7.
And what time is pick up?
2:30.
So who's picking them up today?
They on spring break today.
Okay, all right, spring break today, okay. But who ordinarily picks them up at 2:30?
Either my sister or me.
Okay.
Most of the time it's me.
All right, and if your sister's not available, it's just you then, right?
Correct.
Okay. The father of your children, does he help out at all?
No.
Any other relatives other than your sister in the Atlanta area?
No.
Okay. All right. Counsels, any further questions of juror number 1101? Anything on behalf of any other defendants? May I excuse juror 1101 for hardship predicated on child care 6 years of age or younger? Okay. Madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. (1102), Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 1102, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Madam, you identified for hardship, or we either identified you for hardship, and that's predicated on medical. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have some documentation you want to show me?
I do.
Can I see it, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, thank you. Okay. Madam, I'm going to keep the document from Emory Clinic from your doctor, okay? I'll give you back the other documents related to your juror number, the one, the letter we gave you, and this other medical records pertaining to your condition, okay?
All right.
All right, I'll give you that back to you. All right. Okay, madam, without disclosing too much of your business, I have a letter from your physician that indicates that you have a diagnosis of, is it scoliosis?
That's correct.
Disc herniation, and you got some pain associated with that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you had that condition?
2019 it was diagnosed.
Okay. You in pain right now?
Not significant.
0 to 10, 0 being, no pain, 10 being worst. Where are you fall on the continuum right now?
Today is a 2.
Okay. Does your, and I'll include this as the next court exhibit in order. Your doctor indicates that sitting for 8 hours a day, we don't do that, but we do get up and take breaks on a regular basis, would be not recommended for you. Are you able to get up at work and walk around and pretty much control your comfort level that way?
I am. I'm a physical therapist.
So you move around pretty well, I would think, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you on any medication for your condition?
Not narcotics, but I do take anti-inflammatories.
Like Motrin or
Correct.
Aleve?
Yes.
Okay.
I just had an epidural, so that's why my pain is at 2. When you are in pain, what's the pain? I mean, in terms of level of pain, where do you fall on the continuum? 7, 8.
If you're having a 7 or 8 pain level pain, does that affect your ability to concentrate?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I mean, I can't sit still. I got to stand up and move around.
Okay. But it does affect your concentration.
I think I can concentrate through it. I work through it at work currently, but I do have to get up and move.
If we were able to accommodate you by you getting up or standing or moving around, would that otherwise accommodate your condition, along with you taking whatever anti-inflammatories or that you need to take?
From everything that I know today, if I was able to get up and move around.
I'm sorry?
From everything that I know today about my condition, I'm supposed to have an MRI on Friday. But yes, I could. I mean, as far as everything that I know, yes, I could.
Madam, what I'd like to do, and I'll just share this with counsel as well. I saw that you work for Emory Healthcare. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I did see Emory Healthcare's juror policy. And that policy is that if you're selected, I take it you're a full-time employee?
I'm a part-time employee.
Part-time? How many hours a week do you work for them?
32.
So you would fall under the policy of, I think from that policy level you gave me, if it's more than 20 hours, the jury services policy would cover you. They pay your.
That's my understanding.
Your salary.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Madam, what I'd like to do, given what you've told us so far, is to call you back in. It'll probably be a couple of months from now, more than likely. And by that time, you'll have had your MRI, and you probably go back to the doctor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can ask your doctor at that point in time, telling them that if you were selected, you could get up we're going to take regular breaks probably once an hour at least, and I would allow you to sit on the front row or wherever you sat. And if you needed to stretch, if you needed to stand up, you could do that without my permission to do so. And if that would reasonably accommodate you, then we could examine you a little bit further for hardship on that basis or any other things related to your questionnaire.
Yes, sir.
Do you think if we called you back at that point in time, you'd have enough time to get those things accomplished?
Yes, I will mention, though, that the last time that I saw him, that one of the surgeons is considering doing a discectomy.
Okay, and that would be important to know. If you are going to have a discectomy, please bring that in and let me know and let us know. And if your doctor would talk about the rehab, then that would be helpful for data points for you as well as for us, okay? Because if they says that, hey, they want to do a discectomy in August or whatever else in the recovery period, 6-8 weeks or whatever, that would be helpful to know, okay?
Right, sure.
Okay.
So are you saying that if I do go forward with a discectomy, that I still have to come back in 2 months, is that right?
Well, if you have a discectomy, and you're still under the rehab procedure, more than likely I'm probably going to excuse you, okay? But I can't say that for certain because I would need to see something from your doctor, okay?
Sure.
Some type of, I can tell you if you do come back in and that's what has occurred or that's what's going to occur, then it is a high probability that we will probably excuse you, okay?
Okay.
But that depends upon what you tell me and what your doctor's note tells me, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, all right. Couple of things I need to talk with you just about at this point in time. You remember the ad nauseum admonitions I gave you about acceptable behavior?
Yes, I do.
You're still subject to those. And then that juror letter that I gave you back that has your unique juror number on it.
Yes.
And the after hours number, you'll still need to call. And like I said, it'll probably be a couple of months from now. But if if things should speed up, then you're welcome to contact Ms. Von Kelsch and her team and just let us know. But that's what it looks like the timetable will be for me calling you back in. So. And when I do, remember, I just need to see some type of medical update, or you could tell us about that, and we'll proceed accordingly based upon what you tell us. Okay?
Okay, good.
All right.
All right.
Thank you for your patience, madam.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. .1104, Mr. Randolph. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, Juror 1104. Good afternoon, madam.
Hi.
Madam, do me a favor. Pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone. Speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Wonderful. Madam, you identified for hardship, or we either identified you, and the two bases that I was given are travel and work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, where are we traveling to and what dates?
South Africa, September 2nd through September 16th, 2023.
Okay, when did you book that trip?
February 2nd.
All right, do you have your itinerary or something, proof showing you when you booked it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I see that, please? Thank you. Madam, do you mind if I take the 2 pages with your flight, just this thing showing you booked? I'll give you the rest of the documents back, okay?
Okay.
All right. I won't need those. Yeah, give those back to me. Counsels, it appears that Juror 1104 did in fact book flights to the place that she indicated, South Africa, on the 2nd of February. I believe that the juror notices went out around the 4th of February, and that would be within the acceptable window. Do I have any other examination as necessary of Juror 1104? Anything on behalf of any of the defendants? May I excuse Juror 1104 for hardship? All right, madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship, wish you well, and have a nice trip to South Africa, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. I'll include the itinerary as the next court exhibit in order. (1106), Mr. Randolph. Juror 1106, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
All right, madam, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Madam, you either identified for hardship or we identified you for hardship, and that's predicated on 2 things, medical and financial. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can we talk about the medical to begin with? Do you have any documentations or affidavit from your doctor?
I have a copy of some documents from my medical records with the diagnosis.
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, madam, when's the last time you've been to see your doctor about this condition? And I'll just say, you apparently have some osteoarthritis and pain in your hip?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right hip?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When's the last time you've been back to see your doctor?
Not since I saw him for that diagnosis about 18 months ago.
In 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What have you been doing since that period of time to deal with this particular issue?
I took the physical therapy that he ordered and have been doing exercises and stretching.
Are you on any medication still?
Yes.
What type of meds are you taking?
It's an anti-inflammatory called diclofenac.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say this is not a condition that gets better.
I was getting to that.
Oh, sorry.
I was getting to that. Be patient with me. So the pain you have in your hip, you still having that pain?
Yes, sir.
What's if zero's no pain, 10's the worst pain you got, what are you feeling today?
Today, after all this sitting, 7.5.
Okay. Do you take any narcotics or anything for the pain, or?
No, sir.
Okay. And we have a little bit of information about you, Juror 1106, and I know, if this is correct, you are a self-employed attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you have the flexibility, given that you're a solo practitioner, to kind of, you know, get up and vary your schedule and kind of accommodate that hip and the discomfort that you have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you ordinarily do in order to deal with that during the day?
I get up often from my chair and stretch. Use
Okay.
heating pad if necessary.
All right, let's turn a little bit and talk about the financials. Since you're self-employed, do you have any other, are you a PC, LLC? Or,
LLC.
okay. And do you have any employees?
No, sir.
Just you?
Yes, sir.
What type of law do you practice?
Estate planning, wills and trusts.
And got to ask you some more uncomfortable questions that ordinarily would be none of my business, so bear with me.
Yes.
Okay? How much did you make last year?
Total income was about 100,000. I'm sorry, you said last year.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to say that was around 100,000 last year. My
Okay.
law practice grossed about 13,000.
Okay. So if you're not working and dealing with your clients, they're going to go someplace else, and you also probably have professional responsibility issues with those clients. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. A couple other questions, madam. Do you own a home, have a mortgage, or pay rent?
I have a mortgage.
Okay. And do you have a car note or car insurance?
I do. I have car insurance.
Okay. Do you have any extraordinary bills other than those that would be necessary to maintain a home and have a mortgage?
Yes, sir. I have massive credit card debt from starting up this law practice.
And what's our credit card debt?
Roughly 40,000.
How much are we paying?
36,000.
How much are we paying back every month to satisfy that?
Debt service is about 3,000 a month.
About three.
I'll say between 2 and 3, depending on what.
Okay.
Charges.
And if I could ask, do you pay rent for your building or your lease or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you own a building or do you?
No, sir. I work at home and then I rent conference room space as needed.
Okay. Couple other questions and I'm almost done. Do you have any money in checking or savings, and if so, how much?
I have about 40,000 in savings because I took a withdrawal from my retirement account to help fund this business.
Okay. All right. So would it be fair to say that if you were with us about 6 months or thereabouts, that your law practice would suffer greatly?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you probably lose at least $50,000 in income, if not more?
Yes, sir.
Would it also be fair to say that you'd have to expend that $40,000 you had in savings to pay your customary and ordinary business expenses, your mortgage, your credit card debt, and car insurance and other bills?
Yes, sir.
Would that put you in financial peril or concern?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Would that financial peril or concern affect your ability to come into this particular place and space and give the testimony presented on a daily basis your undivided attention?
Yes, sir.
Would that also affect in any way your ability to be fair and impartial to the state of Georgia as well as to each individual defendant?
I think so, yes.
All right. Ms. Love, anything, madam? Counsels for any defendants, any further examination required? May I excuse Juror 1106 for hardship? Madam, I'm going to excuse you for hardship and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. $1107, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 1107, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, are you identified for hardship or we either identified you, and that hardship is based on travel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, what dates are we traveling and where are we going?
So I've got several that I'm headed out for, but there's one at the first week of May, so May 5th through the 7th.
Okay, and then what other dates of travel do you have?
I am leaving on the 5th, returning on the 7th.
Okay, what other dates of travel do you have?
Oh, other dates, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Also leaving to go to Longboat Key in Florida on July 8th through the 15th.
8 July through 15 July? Any other dates?
There's one on May 11th through the 13th.
All right, any other dates?
Last one is June 9th through the 10th.
Okay. Sir, if I were to indicate to you that we could reasonably accommodate all the dates of your travel that you've given us, would that otherwise satisfy your travel-related hardship?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you another question just because you're here.
Yeah.
We know a little bit of information about you, and we understand that you work in corporate finance. You work for IGH Hotels and Resorts. Is that correct?
It's IHG.
IHG, and I apologize.
No worries.
Do you know what IHG's juror policy is?
I do.
Okay, and what is that, sir?
They'll accommodate me.
Okay, all right. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm asking on behalf of everyone here. Sir, have I examined you sufficiently for any hardship?
I'm sorry?
Have I sufficiently examined you for hardship?
Yes, sir.
Travel or anything else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to ask you other questions related to the responses that you gave during the questionnaire, but that's not today. That'll be later.
Okay.
It's probably going to be at least a couple of months down the road. So you remember that juror letter that we gave you with the after hours number? It has two things on it. One, your unique juror number, and then two, the after hours number you're supposed to call to find out when you're supposed to come back?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have these dates that you've given us: 5 through 7 May, 11 through 13 May, 8 through 15 July, and 9, 10 June. We'll not call you in any of those days for further examination, but we'll work around those dates when we call you back in, okay? So if you don't hear from me or us, the next 8 weeks or so, don't worry. We will in fact get to you and call you back in to examine you. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is, you remember the ad nauseum admonitions I gave you about acceptable behavior?
I do.
You're still subject to those. And the last thing is, sir, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us as we continue the trial of this matter. Okay?
Sounds good. Do I need to continue to call that number every night?
No, well. Yeah, but you can wait a few weeks to start calling it, okay? Because we won't be calling you probably for about 8 weeks.
Got it.
Okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Unless you have anything else, sir, we'll talk to you later, okay?
Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, sir. 11:15, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Juror 11:15, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right, great. Sir, you identified for hardship, or we identified you, and that basis I was given was it's work-related, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Juror 11:15, we have a little bit of information about you that's self-provided, so if I'm correct, are you a medical sales professional who works for Stryker Corporation?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with them?
3+ years, a little over 3 years.
So 3 years. And are you salaried or hourly?
I'm commission only.
So you're commission only.
Yes,
and
sir.
what did you make last year?
Around $250,000.
Okay, about $250K.
Yes, sir.
And what is Stryker Corporation's juror policy?
I printed out my compensation plan. I didn't find anything in HR regarding jury policies.
Did you talk to anybody, your human resource department, or ask them what their policy was?
I did not.
Is it possible if I were to ask you to step out and find out from HR what their policy is?
I'm not sure it could be that speedy, but I can try.
Why don't you do that? Because I would need to know, all the attorneys in here as well as the court would need to know that to make a decision in regards to your further examination. So I don't want to assume anything. So if you could tell us what that policy is, that would be great. So let me excuse you, and as soon as you get back, we'll examine you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
11:21, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 1121, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Sir, you identified for hardship, or we either identified you, and I believe you have a couple of bases. One is work-related.
Yes, Your Honor.
The next one is commute, and then the third is travel. Is that correct?
Travel has already happened. I was more concerned for this previous week, but the other two are still valid, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Let's talk a little bit about the work-related issue to begin with. Sir, we have a little bit of information about you that is self-provided. So I know that you're a management consultant, you work for Deloitte.
Yes,
Correct?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been with Deloitte?
I've been with Deloitte for 1.5 years, Your Honor.
And you salaried or hourly?
I'm salaried.
And what did they pay you last year?
Approximately $90,000.
And what is Deloitte's juror policy?
Deloitte's juror policy is that they offer deferment if you are notified prior to, or they offer deferment if you are notified, or, excuse me. But essentially, from my previous experience, juror duty was, only last one day. I reported previously to the court in 2018 here in Fulton County,
and I was expecting a similar situation, so I did not ask leadership for a deferment on that particular basis. However, after, I was made aware of this case, I went and proceeded to leadership to tell them about this specific situation, not giving any details, but saying that this could last upwards of 9 months.
Do you have some written policy you can show me?
Yes, sir.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'll open the album. So this is Jerry policy album. The first 3 slides are the.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Juror 1121, it looks like you're a full-time employee, so the juror policy would cover you that they will pay you. They asked from your juror policy also indicates that if you're called for jury duty during a period the leadership determines is inconvenient, should endeavor to secure a deferment in accordance with the guidelines provided by the court. Did you ask for a deferment? And that's, I guess what you're telling me is you did not ask for a deferment. Is that correct?
Prior to the initial service date on March 17th, I did not ask for a deterrent.
I got you.
Deferment under the pretense that I'd previously reported for jury duty back in 2018.
And you thought it was going to be?
It was just a one-day ordeal, correct?
You thought it was going to be a little bit less of a?
Yes.
Less of a circumstance?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
all right.
Yes, sir.
I can tell you that that window is closed, but that I certainly will, I'm going to tell you a couple of things, okay? The law is very, very kind of narrow when it comes to reasons for hardship deferral. So I only have a limited number of statutory reasons. And so do you understand that to begin with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. You would not have been a trusted employee or a valued employee of Deloitte if you weren't good at what you do. And we understand that by you honoring the subpoena and coming down here, we're going to disrupt your life as you've been living it and your work life. You understand that, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we don't mean to be flip, glib, or otherwise unsympathetic to your circumstance. But if you're called to serve and are selected, do you understand that it will be Deloitte's responsibility and not yours to find a suitable replacement and otherwise, cover your particular duties and responsibilities while you're here in jury service? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, all right. The question that the lawyers want to make sure that we're all on the same accord is that if Deloitte's going to pay you for your particular service, if you're selected, would you be able to come into the four walls of this courtroom on a daily basis, however long you're here, and give this case and its parties your undivided attention while you're here?
I mean, I believe that my commute also poses as a hardship.
I'll ask you about the commute in just a second, okay? Just answer the question. All right. So, and I'm going to tell you this as well, just like we tell everybody else that comes in here. There are no right or wrong answers, just honest ones. We're going to be bound by whatever it is you tell us. So, and nothing's going to happen to you one way or another, like I told you the very first day you came here. So, can you come into the four walls of this courtroom and listen to the testimony and give it your undivided attention?
I mean, if that's my civic duty and I'm not deemed incompetent by the court, then I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Could you be fair and impartial both to the state as well as to each individual defendant?
I believe I pose some bias, but...
Okay, we're not going to talk about the bias today. We'll talk about that at another time based upon the responses that you gave during your questionnaire, okay? But could you be fair and impartial to the state as well as to the individual defendants in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll examine you for bias, and everybody's got certain biases and everything else, but we'll examine you about that more in depth at a later time should you get past the hardship hurdle, okay?
Yes.
All right? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, one more thing. Let's talk about the last thing, and that's the commute, all right? Where do you live in our county? I don't need to know your address. Just give me an area like Alpharetta Mountain Park, you know.
Yep, right on the border of Alpharetta and John Street, about maybe 2 minutes away from Forsyth County border.
Okay, and all right, so tell me about your commute.
For the past, 3 days that I've had to show up to court, it's taken about an hour 45 every single day. So, I believe that over the course of 9 months, that can be a little bit exhaustive and, also just costs money to get here, unfortunately, so.
Is the travel time of an hour and 45 both ways or one way?
One way, for sure. Leaving the city, I do take MARTA because I'm not a huge fan of driving in the city and then parking near this location, unfortunately. So MARTA just in North Springs takes approximately 40 minutes from 5 Points. So,
So you go to the MARTA park and ride and then you take MARTA and come back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If I were to tell you that, there are a lot of people that come from various ends of our county, and that necessarily may not be a hardship reason I can give you excusal for. I would tell you that you'll have to kind of gauge how far and how long it takes you to get down here. And would you be okay with that? If I told you that's the explanation I would give you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Travel, let's talk about your travel, all right? What dates are you traveling and where are you traveling?
As I mentioned previously, Your Honor, that was for this previous week. So
okay, so the travel's gone.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, so. All right, sir, have I examined you sufficiently in relationship to your hardships?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you're going to have to come back at some point in time and finish up our examination with you, and based upon the responses that you gave during the court's the questionnaire that we asked you to fill out. Won't be today. It'll be more than likely probably at least a couple of months down the road. So, do you remember the juror letter that you got with your unique juror number, as well as the after hours number you're supposed to call?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're still subject to calling that, but I can tell you, you don't need to start calling it immediately because it's probably going to be 8 weeks or more before we call you back. But we'll call you in conjunction with putting that particular information on the after hours juror line. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the first thing. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, may I ask you a question, Your Honor?
Yes, absolutely.
So would it bar me, let's say next month, second week of May, I wanted to go to Utah for like 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
What dates are those in May?
Probably the 14th, that second week. I think it's, I believe, the 10th and the 11th of May. So
Hold on, let me check for you. The 14th is a Thursday.
So,
No, I'm sorry. The 14th is a Sunday.
Yep. So I guess minus 4 days, the 10th, I believe that's Thursday.
I don't think that'd be a problem.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, a couple other things. You remember the ad nauseum admonitions I gave you about acceptable behavior?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're still subject to those. And then the last thing I would tell you is thank you for your patience that you've given us thus far and will continue to give us. And with that, we'll talk with you in a little bit, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes. If you ask one question that there's an answer to already, you can ask whatever you like. That's the only caveat this court has.
I got you, Ron. The next time we make the state have that same ad nauseam admonition?
Oh, that's for everybody.
Okay. All right, just making sure. How you doing, sure, that's one.
Doing pretty well.
Very briefly, earlier, I think it was in relation to your financial hardship. Your Honor asked you if you could pay attention and give us your undivided attention. Your response was that it's your civic duty and you haven't been deemed incompetent. Those are objective facts. However, what we want to know is subjectively, can you, in your head, remain, give us your complete and undivided attention for the duration of this trial?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, sir, thank you for your patience, and we will call you accordingly as earlier directed, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Just to make sure, I should be good for the second weekend.
You are good.
Awesome.
You are good. No, don't worry about those dates. I won't be calling you. I've written them down anyways. So, and if they change, just let us know. But we won't be calling you before then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes. I'll recess in place right now because we only have about 3 or 4 more to go. Okay. So I'll let you go, and then we'll wait on you. Give a mouse a cookie. Yes, you can, yes. Ms. Fagan, I was trying to help you out. We only got 4 more to go, okay? I know. It's not whether or not he needs to go, it's whether or not where he's going to go. Okay? All right, who else are we missing? Misty Williams, and who else? All right, anybody else? Okay, Mr. Randolph? 11:25, please, sir. Thank you. Juror 1125, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, you either identified or we identified you for hardship, and that was predicated on travel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What dates are we traveling? Where are we going?
5/27 to June 10th. I'm going to Tahiti.
Okay, you said 5/27 to June what?
10th.
Tahiti. Okay. Any other dates of travel?
That will be it.
If I told you that we could reasonably accommodate those dates of travel, meaning that if you're subject to additional examination, we would call you in outside of those dates, would that otherwise resolve your travel concerns?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other basis for hardship you wish for me to examine you on?
Not this time.
Okay. We'll examine you on your questionnaire at a later time, but not today. It'll probably be about 8 weeks hence or thereabouts. It will not be within the time period that you go to Tahiti, from the 27th through the 10th of June. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, let me go through a couple things with you at this point in time. First one is, you remember you still have a copy of that juror letter that we gave you, which has your unique juror number and the after hours number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're going to still need to check that. You can check it probably, I would say, give it 6 weeks at least. But if we call you in before then, we'll in addition to putting your number and instructions on that after hours number, we'll call you and reach out to you in tandem with that. Okay. So just don't be alarmed if you don't hear from us for a little bit. We'll be back in touch with you, okay?
Sounds great.
All right, that's the first thing. Second thing is, you remember the ad nauseum admonitions I gave you about acceptable behavior?
Yes, sir.
You're still subject to those. And then the last thing is, thank you for your patience that you've given us so far and will continue to give us. And with that, unless you have any other inquiry, I'll release you for today, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
11:15 has information for you.
Okay, hold on. All right, recall 11:15, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, juror 11:15, welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to reach out to HR and get some directives on your juror policy?
So I did. I got an email that states I should submit a employee compensation plan, and that if I'm going to be out on jury leave, I must submit a request to HR. It says I am eligible for a small amount of pay, but that's for the HR team to calculate.
So they would calculate you don't know what?
They didn't tell me what my pay would be. It would be a significant drop off. They're not going to pay, what I would make on my commissions if I hit my goals.
Okay, but they haven't told. So, but it would be speculative without some type of calculation from HR. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
okay, here's what I think I'm probably going to end up having to do. Unfortunately, juror 11:15. That's a discussion you're going to have with HR. And when I have you come back in, if you could tell me that particular number, and then we can have a further discussion from there.
Sir, if I may, my business is all relationship oriented. It's based on me servicing my clients day in, day out. if I leave for an extended amount of time, there's going to be no business to return to, even if they pay me a, quote, little bit of a draw. That's just the simple fact of it.
Okay, well.
I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I'm a single homeowner. You know, like I said, I'm strictly commission based, and to be honest with you, I'm younger and I've spent, you know, COVID hurt my business and I've built it over 3 years, and it would be a significant financial hardship for me to spend this much time away from my business and my customers that I've built from zero.
So let me ask you some related questions, and we'll see what I can do for you.
Okay.
What do you have in savings and checking at this point in time?
I have a printout.
Just tell me what it is. I don't need
$507.65 in checking, $4,502 in savings.
Okay, and you said you're a homeowner, you have a mortgage?
Yes, sir.
You pay?
Yes.
Have a car note?
I do.
Car insurance?
Yes.
Any other extraordinary bills other than those associated with the pay a home and its associated costs?
No, sir. There was, the reason for, you know, the low amount of savings based, you know, compared to income is I had upwards of $40,000 in home repairs in Q3 and 4 of last year.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. Let me just talk with you a little bit about this business relationship, no business to return to if you were selected for jury service. Would that particular loss of business relationships or business worry you to the extent that you would not be able to pay attention to the testimony presented in the four walls of this courtroom?
Yes, only because the 3 days that I've been called in or had to come back for this particular service of jury, I've missed upwards of 6 surgeries. And basically what happens when I miss a surgery, I provide the instruments that the physician uses during surgery. If I miss that surgery, he calls my competitor. It's a direct miss on income. So that's happened to me 6 times in two and a half days so far.
Okay, and would the fact you've missed these surgeries and that income, is that something you're going to hold against the state as well as the individual defendants in this case?
I think that there's no way that I couldn't have a little bit of salt or maybe hold a little bit of a grudge missing out on a lot of income. Yes.
All right, and I just want to just tell you that, look, we call people in for examination all the time, and you know, we're bound by whatever answers you give us. I mean, and we certainly want. There are no right or wrong answers. They're just honest ones. So, if you're, and we'll be bound by whatever it is you tell us. So, do you believe that that your loss of these particular income and revenue over the course of time would cause you to not be able to be fair and impartial to the parties in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Love?
No, Your Honor. Anything
further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse juror 1115 for hardship?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, sir, we're going to excuse you for hardship. Wish you the best.
Thank you.
1197, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Juror 1197, good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. Sir, you identified for hardship, or we identified you, and a couple of, I think the basis for your hardship is work-related. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. If I understand correctly, we have a little bit of information about you that's self-provided. It means you gave it to us. So are you a solutions architect who works for Samsung?
Correct.
How long you been with Samsung?
9 years.
And are you salaried?
Yes.
What did they pay you last year in terms of salary?
Well, salary and bonus was just over 200.
Okay, with salary and bonus. Do you know what Samsung's juror policy is?
I do, and I printed one page.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Can you hand that to Deputy Ingram for me, please? Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like your policy and councils all include this as the next court exhibit in order. Juror 1197, looks like Samsung pays you for 10 days, and then after that you go with leave without pay. Does that sound about right?
That's what's spelled out there.
Okay, all right. Got to ask you a few more questions, just bear with us a little bit. Do you and your beloved own a home, have a mortgage?
Rent.
You rent?
Correct.
Okay, and how much is your rent and utilities per month?
Rent's $43.50. I'm expecting it to go up a little bit in August.
$4,300, that's your rent?
$4,350.
Okay, and then how much in utilities you paying? Or is that with utilities?
No, that's not with utilities. I don't know, maybe for another 500.
So you're all in for about 4,800 or thereabouts?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Can I ask you, do you have a car note or car insurance?
Yes.
Yes, as to both?
Yes, I have a car note and a car insurance, correct.
All right, and do you have any extraordinary bills that you pay that are not related to, living in a place in Atlanta, Georgia?
Define extraordinary?
Well, do you have student loans? Do you have any other medical, any other things that you pay over and top of this that are significant?
My son is in college, and I pay a whole rent and utilities.
So how much does that cost you per month?
Without tuition, it's around $1,000 a month.
Okay, with tuition?
With tuition over a year is around $20,000. So
are you guys on a payment plan? You pay like $1,000?
We take out unsubsidized, or we take out subsidized student loans and then pay them off as soon as we can.
Okay, all right. So how much are you paying off? How much are you paying per month toward that?
If I average it out, it's probably around $1,500 a month.
All right. Is that include the rent, or is that over and top of the rent?
That's over and above on top of rent.
So our son is costing us about $2,500 a month as a separate line item. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How much do you and your better half have in savings or checking? Just guess. I'm not.
Yeah, no.
I don't report to the state of Georgia nor the federal authorities.
It's like $455.
455,000?
Correct.
Cash?
It's earmarked, yes.
Okay, so you have that in the bank.
That's our retirement.
Is that 401, 457, or is that just liquid cash?
Liquid.
Okay, all right. So, sir, if I let me see if I can summarize where we are with you. You've been with Samsung about 9 years. Your salary's about $200,000 a year plus with bonus. And you got about $455,000 in cash in the bank. You have rent expenses, car note, and then student loan, son in college. Would it be fair to say that if you were with us for about 6 months, that you would probably lose about $100,000 in $100,000 in income?
I would quantify it much higher than that.
At least $100,000.
Minimum.
Would you have to expend some of that $455,000 you have in the bank to pay your customary and ordinary rent, car insurance, and other expenses for your son and household?
Absolutely, yeah.
Would that put you in financial peril or concern?
Very much.
Would that financial peril or concern prevent you from coming into the four walls of this courtroom and giving the testimony presented your undivided attention?
I guess I would say no, but,
all right, well, let me just kind of back up just a second, okay? I tell people that come in here for examination all the time that there are no right or wrong answers, and only honest ones, and that we're going to be bound by whatever you tell us. So remember the first day you came in here, I told you, you know, one of the beautiful things about living in the United States is that you can pretty much say what you want about government and nothing's going to happen to you within reason, okay? So we're going to be bound by whatever it is you tell us. So if you're telling us that this particular jury experience would put you in financial peril or concern, and the lawyers want to know whether or not you could, you know, whether or not you'll pay attention to what's going on in the courtroom and give, while you're here, and give us your undivided attention. Or is it something that's going to divide your attention and prevent you from giving the advocates in this case your full attention?
you'll get my best effort, yes.
You'll get your best effort? What's your best effort?
My best effort is focus and paying attention without letting, I guess, external environmental factors come into play.
Would you be able to do that while you're here in the courtroom? You said external factors. So while you're here, despite the fact you've got other things that you're saying grace over and ministering to with your family and expenses and your job, you could pay attention for however long you're here for each day. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah.
All right. May not like it, but you could do it.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Would you also be able to be fair and impartial both to the state of Georgia as well as to each individual defendant?
Yes.
All right. So I got to ask you one other question. So you're going to spend some of this money that you have in savings. Would you be sore at the lawyers, that is the state or each individual defendant, for basically requiring you to subsidize some of this particular experience with your own money?
I guess I'm not really, I don't have somebody to blame for that, but yeah, absolutely I would be. And I guess more color around it at this stage of my life, to, I guess, take a sabbatical of that length would, and I guess with the economic conditions, it would put me in a pretty high stress level and potentially force me into retirement.
Or retirement in the sense that would you not be able to take retirement when you wanted to, or when you expected you and your?
No, I would say, I mean, with essentially we're on hiring freeze right now, and you know, there's a lot of layoffs and things like that happening.
Mm-hmm. So
a person my age that's in my business, if you step away from the business for a year, you essentially get left behind in technology.
So would you stepping away or possibly falling behind, would you be so concerned about that you couldn't pay attention to what's being presented in the courtroom?
It'd be a game time decision. I think I can do it, but you know, as everything piles on top of each other, including managing my relationship with my wife, I think it would be a difficult scenario to wipe my mind clean before I walk in and to do my duty.
All right, well, you know, the lawyers and you know, the advocates in this case and the court want to know, you know, your honest opinion. And I mean, like I said, that's why we're asking these tough questions. I mean, so we'd rather have your honest answer, and that's what the law requires, really, is your honest answer, not an answer what you think you want us to hear. So if you think you can sit here and despite all your challenges in terms of stepping away from technology, or the stress it's going to put on your family and you and the loss of income, then certainly we'll understand that. But if you can do that, then fine, we'll certainly accept your answer, and you'll be subject to some more examination a little bit later. So tell me where you fall on, what category you fall under.
I think I fall in the category of not being able to impartially, I guess, observe and do my duty.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. Love? Anything further on behalf of any individual defendant? May I excuse Juror 1197 for hardship, counsels? All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you for hardship, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Take care. Juror 1110, Mr. Randolph? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Juror 1110, good afternoon, sir.
Good.
Sir, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Use your outside voice so I can hear you, all right? All right, one more time.
Hello?
Okay, wonderful. Juror 1110, you identified for hardship, or we identified you, and that basis is medical, is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about the medical condition, or do you have any documents you want to show me? Thank you, sir. Juror 1110, I'm going to give you back your documents here. I'm just going to see if I can kind of just talk with you a little bit about it. Do you have some cardiac issues?
Yeah.
What diagnosis do you have?
What diagnosis? What does that mean?
Like, what's wrong with your heart? Or what's going on with it?
My heart is they're blocking in my heart.
You got blockage?
Blocking. Then they open heart.
You had open heart surgery?
Yeah, I do.
When did you have that?
I think about 2 years ago. I still took medicine every day, in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening.
Okay.
All my life.
And how does the medicine affect you?
Sometimes I feel sleepy. Sometimes my heart it not vibrate very good. Then I have to take my medicine. And all my medicine I have to take. The doctor give me about in the day, in the evening, and the night time. Okay.
And how does that affect your, I think you work for Fotastic, is that right?
Yeah, I work for.
Is that your company?
That's a restaurant.
Is that your restaurant?
That my son's restaurant.
Your son's restaurant?
I just work part-time here.
You work part-time now? Was it yours before it was your son's?
Huh?
Did you own the restaurant before your son owned it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So how many hours a day do you work at the restaurant?
I work about 20 hours, that's it.
20 hours a week?
Right.
All right.
Sometimes 40 hours, because I just work part-time here.
You work part-time?
Right.
Okay. When's the last time you've been to see your cardiologist?
I think every 6 months I have to see him.
When are you supposed to see him again?
I think about I just saw him about a couple of months ago. I think about on June or July, something like that.
You're going to see him in June or July?
Right. Sometimes I can talk to him on your phone, then he just give me the medicine.
Okay, all right. You said this medication you take sometimes makes you sleepy?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Does it affect your ability to concentrate?
Sometimes I go down, then I get dizzy. Because when I talk to the doctor said, why I do that? Because the medicine affect you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you take this medication daily?
Every day.
And does it make you...
All my life.
Okay, does it make you dizzy and sleepy pretty much most every day at some point in time?
Yeah, some point in time when I go down, I look it underneath, then I'm dizzy, then I have to use my finger and my hand and hold up my body and straight up. Then I just talked to the doctor about last week. And what happened, and he said that the medicine effect.
All right. Anything, madam?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of any of the defendants? May I excuse juror 1110 for hardship, counsels?
Okay.
All right. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for hardship, okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you. $10.96, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Fagan, that's it for today, after this one. I know nobody else is trying to help you out, so. Yeah. 1096. Juror 1098, good I should say, now you got me saying, good. Juror 1096, good afternoon.
Hello.
All right, sir, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone, speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Juror 1096, you either identified yourself or we identified you as having a hardship, and that hardship is predicated on travel, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, what dates are you traveling?
It's April 18th through the 22nd.
Any other dates of travel?
No.
If I told you that, that we could reasonably accommodate your dates of travel from the 18th to the 22nd of April, would that otherwise resolve your travel concerns?
Yes.
Do you have any other basis for hardship you want me to examine you for?
Yeah. So I'm actually renting out the address in Fulton County, and I'm actually residing in Brookhaven right now. So I have a copy of my registration.
Can I see it, please?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. This particular address that you gave is actually, well, I have a, it's a Fulton County, the tax commissioner, or
Correct.
Okay, but you...
I reside at that Brookhaven address.
Huh? I'm sorry?
I'm renting out that Fulton County address.
You're renting the Fulton, the Fulton County address?
Correct.
The one we sent your juror notice to?
Correct.
The Brookhaven address, is that your, well, okay, so the one that you gave me, just so I probably confused myself.
Sure.
The one that you just gave me, this is your Fulton County address?
Correct. The one I'm
Okay, the
renting.
one in Brookhaven, Georgia, on Fieldway, is that correct?
Yeah, I reside.
Okay, so where do you live, or what do you consider your legal address as being?
Brookhaven.
Brookhaven?
Yes.
Is it an address different than this one?
No. The one listed at Fieldway.
Okay, councils, it looks like from a public website, just address check, Zillow, this particular address is actually located in DeKalb County. Sir, I'm going to hand you back your registration, okay?
Thank you.
Counsel, is there any further examination I need to make in terms of Juror 1096, or can I excuse him for residency reasons? All right, I'm going to excuse you, sir, and wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, councils, I believe that concludes our examination for hardships for today. Do I have any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time as to anything that we need to cover at this point?
Your Honor, would the court go over once more the time that we are to report on Thursday and Friday?
Why would I want to do that, Ms. Lowe?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Why would I want to do that?
Just for efficiency.
Hey, you look. You're the last person in the world that needs to be pointing fingers at anybody. You heard the expression "poke the bear"? Not a good thing for you to do. Not a good look for you. All right. Okay. All right. But yes, Ms. Love, I can do that.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, 10 to 12, and then from about 2 to 4:30. And Friday, it'll be 1 to 3:30.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Madam.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not sure that we'll be able to do that time.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure that we'll be able to do that time because
I think it depends upon what, for your particular inquiry, it's going to depend upon when they're actually going to do that. So I'll just have to. Do I have an update? Ms. Bernard, let me get a little clarity because we have some differing opinions. I know tomorrow is not, it's either tomorrow or Friday at 2 o'clock. So I'll have to take a look at what we have and adjust accordingly, okay? All right. Anybody else have any ministerial inquiry with me at this point in time? All right. Deputy Ingram, let me talk. Can I see you for a second? Okay, folks, let me just kind of put a caveat on for Friday, okay? Friday, I may end up starting, I think you should be here ready to go around 11 o'clock on Friday, the 7th, for those of you that are are planning on being here. And then what I will do is, to accommodate the potential appointment that one of your members has at 2 o'clock, potentially on Friday, we will work from about 11 to about 1 or 1:30, and that will suffice, and you should be able to get out of here a little bit earlier for that, for Friday afternoon, for Good Friday, okay? So be in pocket, please, by about 11 o'clock on Friday, and we'll work to, like I said, to about 1 or 1:30, and then we'll go ahead and recess for the day. And that should handle your matter, Ms. Bernard. Okay? Anybody else have any inquiry of me thus far? All right. Unless there's anything else then, folks, then I will see you all tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, okay, thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Wes?